I'd like to introduce our senior judge this morning, Mr. Dan Laney. Dan shared this information with us about his history with dairy goats. He said, I originally got started with dairy goats in 1972 when we found out our oldest son, Josh, was allergic to cow's milk. I found Tiger Lily in the ad section of the local newspaper. She was an Alpine Nubian cross, recently freshened, and rode home in the back of my old blue Nash Rambler station wagon. She stood up the entire 40 miles and put her muzzle on my shoulder. She never dirtied the car and made little quiet sounds all the way back to my place in Bogus. This was the start of this 53-year love affair with goats. As an ADGA Life member, I have been actively involved with all aspects of our association. I have served as a board member from California, past president for 3 years, and acting secretary treasurer in Spindale, North Carolina for a year. In addition, I have been a licensed ADGA judge since 1976 and served as chair or member of many different ADGA committees. My herd name was Slinker Ridge. My herd participated in production testing, linear appraisal, and of course, shows. I have had national champion La Mancha and junior national champion Nubian, as well as having many permanent champions in both breeds over the years. More recently, I have teamed up with the Nepali government to help manage a purebred herd of Sanans in Bandipur, Nepal. I have also extended my Nepali volunteer work to include assisting the village goat farmers and students in the schools with fresh, clean water and much needed supplies for the farms and the schools. Having a purpose in life beyond just serving oneself has been a highly motivating factor to keep me moving and always wanting to do just a little more. It is an honor to have been selected to be one of the judges for our 2025 Nationals here in Grand Island, Nebraska. The entire team of 2025 National Show judges is a highly respected group, and I especially look forward to working with both Jennifer and Pete this week. And to all of you, may you have a great experience while here participating and go home safely with many great memories that will last a lifetime. is Mr. Peter Snyder. Pete is from Cowlsville, New York, a small town in western New York State. He has served as a corrections officer for the New York State Department of Corrections and most recently retired. His family started in dairy goats in 1970, and his Brookwood herd currently consists of Alpines, La Manchas, and Nubians. His main breed, being La Manchas, was started in 1976 and is now the oldest La Mancha herd in New York State. 2025 marks the 50th year of showing dairy goats consistently at the New York State Fair and the Erie County Fair, to which he was recently inducted into its Hall of Fame. Pete began judging in 1985, first with the Canadian Goat Society, and then in 1989 obtained his ADGA license. In that time, he has traveled to 49 states throughout Canada and Mexico and has judged as far away as Australia and New Zealand. Grand Island marks his eighth national show judging assignment. In addition, he has served as ADGA District 2 Director for the last 25 years. Grand Island, Nebraska is a unique location for this ADGA National Show, as breeders can travel equally from both the East and West Coast, as well as North and South to attend. Pete looks forward to the healthy competition from all corners of the United States. Pete says, best of luck to you all as we come together for not only the friendly competition, but also for the camaraderie and love that we all have for these wonderful dairy goats. Best of luck and safe travels to all, but most of all, have fun and make memories.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the national show here. We're starting off with our milking Oberhasli class. Pete and I had some good conversations about this group. While there wasn't a lot of depth as far as in numbers, we certainly had a lot of quality right down the line here, and we really appreciate having these beautiful yearling Oberhaslis coming out in the ring today. The udder placements in this class is going to be just like we have them standing. Udders will be 1, 2, and 3. We're starting off with this first place doe. She's just a really nice dairy individual with a lot of openness of ribbing. She just travels really comfortably and smoothly around that really capacious mammary system as she travels around the ring. She has a really nice openness of ribbing, like I say, with the dairy. It's primarily with that nice capacity of mammary system, the extension to foreudder that she has, along with a little more sharpness in the shoulders as putting 1 over 2 and having her as first udder. 2 over 3, this is a really nice depth of body doe here, still showing a lot of strength in general appearance. A well-attached mammary system with a nice placement of teat and udder floor, and then having just a little more capacity in that mammary system is going to put her as our second udder over our third place doe with the third udder. This third place doe going over number 4, it is for the advantage in that mammary system that she has more overall area of udder support, a little more capacity in mammary system, and when viewed from the rear, more proper placement of teat and udder floor. Then we see in this really strong general appearance doe in number 4. 4 then going over 5. It is for that general appearance advantage she has. She's just more level in the loin area. She has a little smoother blended rear. We really love the capacity of mammary system on this number 4 place doe, the delineation of teat and udder floor, and the nice strength of medial. And it's for the advantage of having a little more depth of body. 5 is going up over a very dairy doe behind her, and 6. 6 then going over 7. Again, mammary system advantage. She just shows a little more overall area of udder support, a little more sharpness in the area of the withers, and smoother blended shoulders against the chest wall. 7 then going over 8 for the advantage in her turn. Have more capacity in mammary system, just a little bit more maturity in this doe. We do have a later kid here behind her, but for that advantage in capacity of mammary system and body capacity, 7 is going over 8. 8 over 9, it's that general appearance. She's just a real balanced doe with a nice length and levelness in the rump area. And again, with the mammary system, a really nice overall area of udder support with the strength and delineation of teeth from udder floor. 9 over 10 for the advantage that she has. Again, we're looking at having more overall area support here, a little bit more dairy strength than we see in our long body doe behind her in 10, but it's primarily for that mammary system that she is placing over 10. 10 then over 11, it is the body capacity and capacity of mammary system strengths that 10 has, topping number 11. I'd like to commend the 11th place doe for the nice angulation of rear leg set.
Oberhasli yearling milking doe class. In first place with first udder was entry 2315, Overboard Kissed by Luxury, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Second place with second udder goes to entry 1013, Viento Royal Innuendo, exhibited by Dorothy Henry. Third place with third udder goes to Storm Dancer Dusk Deja, exhibited by Margaret Shamus. Fourth place was entry 33, Sublime OBV Shushi, exhibited by Jason Peckham. Fifth place was entry 1867, Love Lines Starin, exhibited by Chelsea Kissling. Sixth place went to entry 1866, Love Lines Stella, exhibited by Chelsea Kissling. Seventh place to entry number 4074, DeHune SNL Selena, exhibited by Faith Snyder. Eighth place and our first place youth entry was entry number 746, DeHune DR Sea of Thieves, exhibited by Emma Giacchino. Ninth place went to entry number 3172, Heaven's Hollow JP Amelia, exhibited by Sarah Cleveland. 10th place in our second place youth went to entry 2872, Wild Hoof Acres Spearmint Tea, exhibited by Hope Mann. 11th place went to number 1411, Rachel Z. Bella Rosa, exhibited by Vicki Wilson.
These are our 2-year-old Oberhaslis. We have a really beautiful grouping of does. There were 30 animals out here in this particular competition, and so we are going to make the cut here. We're going to work with the 20 does that are still out in the line at this time in the middle of the ring. The does that are on my right will be excused. We'd like to give them a nice round of applause for bringing their beautiful 2-year-olds here and have them get ready with the next class. Come back in again. Thank you very much for joining us this year. fair one time, and that's what was going on, and the mic was going all over to the cattle barn. Our 2-year-old class of Oberhasli, some really beautiful does out here. Again, this is the final 20 of the 30 that we had to start off with. And again, we're really pleased with the quality of the animals that we have in the ring at this time. These top 3 does really some really standout individuals, and it is a close placing in the categories here, but we are going to stay with the memory systems as they stand, 1, 2, and 3. When we talk about this first place doe, she just really excels body. She has a nice length of body, a length of bone. She's really dairy when you look at that long lean neck. She blends a little smoother neck into withers over the second place doe, has a little greater stature, and then in the memory system, just a little greater width to rear udder is going to put 1/2 and have her as first udder. A beautiful doe here in our second place slot is for the dairy strength that she has. She's just a little bit more flatter boned and mammary system wise, which puts her in second udder with that extension to 4 and a little smoother blended rear udder as well. A little more height to rear udder is going to put 2 with second udder over this nice long bodied doe, 3 with third udder, and she'll yield to the body capacity of number 3. 3 is a really beautiful uphill stature doe with the body capacity. And she also has a really nice capacious memory system. It is for the advantage of having just a little longer, leaner neck, a little more dairy strength. That 3 is going over 4. She's going to yield to the nice smoothness of blending of this fourth place doe's udder. And it is for the memory system strengths of 4 that's putting her over 5, in that she has a little more width to rear udder, a little more proper placement of teat and udder floor. This is a first freshener, and she just really shows us a nice quality of balance throughout. And then 5 going up over 6 in her turn for the advantage that she has in a little more smoother blended shoulders against the chest wall. She has a little bit more overall area of support. We really want to commend the capacity of memory system on our 6th place doe. It is for the advantage today, the capacity of memory system. The 6 is going up over 7, 7 over 8. Again, staying with the same category in the memory system. When looking at both 7 and 8, 2 smooth blended does, really strong in body capacity, but a little bit more width to rear udder is on the 7th place doe today, and that's going to top her over number 8. 8 then going over 9. It is for that body capacity that she has. She's really smooth blended also in general appearance in the top line. She has a little more depth of body and carrying that memory system a little more correctly beneath her with the teats more perpendicular than we see in 9. 9 over 10, it is for the capacity of memory system strengths that she has, a little more openness of ribbing. She's going to yield to the body capacity of number 10. 10 going up over our first place doe in the second lineup for the advantage that she has for the capacity of memory system as well as body capacity. She's nice and wide in the chest floor. She also has a great angulation to rear leg sit and general appearance. Then we look at the second line, starting off with number 11. Smoothness of blending, general appearance is the stature as a quality that's really excelling in our 11th place doe. When you see her on the move, she maintains that nice uphill stature, really strong and level over the rump area, a little smoother blended over the rump as well. As we're going to put 11 over 12. 12 over 13 is the dairy strength category. She's just more pliable skin. She has more flatness of bone and a nice balance and capacity of memory system. We'd like to see her a little smoother over the rump area, and she's going to yield to that in general appearance back here to number 13. This is a really strong doe in general appearance. She's uphill statured, beautiful length of rump, just not quite as open ribbed, quite as flat boned as the does ahead of her, but for that general appearance, strength, stretchiness, and length of bone, 13 is going over 14. 14 over 15, primarily for the memory system. She just has a nice width to rear udder. She also excels in general appearance with the levelness in rump. Going to yield a little to dairy strength with a little longer neck doe in our 15th place slot. Then 15 going over 16 in a close placing, but when we see them on the move, we just have a doe that's showing us a little bit more smoothness in the shoulders area. She has just a little bit more area of udder support and the more proper placement of teat when viewed from the rear primarily over the 16th place doe. So really nice capacity of memory system. I would like to see the teats a little more perpendicular when viewed from the rear, but for the advantage in her turn of having a nice strength of pasterns and general appearance, she's going over 17, 17, then going over 18 for the advantage that she has, capacity of memory system, 18 over 19, more uphill stature doe with, again, a little bit more depth back into the flank, and then 19 over 20 for body capacity.
First place with first udder went to entry 2317, Overboard T. Vara, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Second place with second udder went to entry 2316, Overboard Nimbus, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Third place with third udder went to entry 2142, Cream of Kansas OBD Die, exhibited by Marisa Klontz. Fourth place went to exhibit 2143, Ozarks DC Be a Beth Dutton, exhibited by Marisa Klontz. Fifth place to entry 2436, Brackets Sunburst Prima Donna, exhibited by Abigail Ball. Sixth place to entry 1868, Love Lines Celestial, exhibited by Chelsea Kisling. Seventh place to entry 2103, Hay Creek's Outlaw Ridley, exhibited by Morgan Allen. Eighth place to entry 2104, Hay Creek's Outlaw Reckless, exhibited by Morgan Allen. Ninth place and our first place youth entry goes to 2873, Wild Hoof Acres VH Pepita, exhibited by Hope Mann. 10th place in our second place youth entry to entry number 3153, The Woods Spring Lucy, exhibited by Ethan Woods. 11th place to entry 1167, Cream of Kansas VP Back, exhibited by Tucker Stroda. 12th place went to entry number 1166, Cream of Kansas VP Ama, exhibited by Tucker Stroda. 13th place went to entry 1959, Love Ruck Rider, exhibited by Tim Wool. 14th place went to entry 748, DeHune VOS Rapidash, exhibited by Emma Giacchino. 15th place went to entry 1872, ABC Farms Rachel, exhibited by Joanne Kisling. 16th place went to entry 3201, De Drago DH Lugia's Chansey, exhibited by Megan Okeson. 17th place went to entry number 32, Grand Champion Sublime OBV Reality, exhibited by Jason Peckham. 18th place went to entry number 4176, Sublime OBV Rolls Royce, exhibited by Cordula Schmidt. 19th place went to entry number 2212, Playwright D.M. Rosemary, exhibited by Cordula Schmidt. 20th place went to entry 1409, Capricanza J.N.T. Brindle, exhibited by Vicki Wilson.
Thank you.
we are at the point where we're going to be working with the 20 goats that are out in the middle in this 3-year-old class. We have some really nice does over here on my right as well. But we're going to continue working with the group that have just a little bit more balance when we look at the scorecard with the general appearance, memory, dairy, and body. We're going to keep the 20 out here in the middle. We're going to ask this group over here on my right to be excused at this time. Appreciate you bringing your animals here. Let's give them a nice round of applause for bringing their animals out here today. In the 3-year-old class of Oberhasli, again, we did a cut. We have 20 out here that are our final selection. We dismissed the number, I believe, 8. Again, beautiful 3-year-old does out here at this time. Pete and I really kind of did a lot of talking here about this top grouping of does, particularly our first and second place individuals. Final analysis, going to go with 1/2. We do have the other placings on this grouping, and it will be 1, 2, and 3. Starting off with this first place doe, she does have just a really nice uphill stature, beautiful blending neck into withers and general appearance, a nice levelness in the rump and a little bit longer in the rump on the move. Mammary system-wise, it's pretty close. She has, again, in my mind, a more proper placement of teat and udder floor when viewed from both the rear and the side. It's going to grant a little capacity of mammary system, certainly back here to the second place doe, and again, a really nice individual as well. But again, first doe, first udder, and for the advantage of the general appearance and the little bit more proper placement of teat when viewed from both the side and rear, is going to put her over number 2. 2 then over 3 for the advantage that she in her turn has capacity of mammary system, beautiful height to rear udder. She has a lot of correctness as far as strength of medial, but adding that mammary system strength to a little greater height in the area of the withers and general appearance is going to have her top our third place doe. Number 3 is just a real balanced individual. She kind of caught my eye when she came in with that nice level top line on the move. And then the more I touched her, she's very flat bone. She has beautiful mammary system as well with a nice correct delineation of teat from udder floor. It's a close placing between my third and fourth place does. But again, for that general appearance, she does top number 4 and then has just, again, a little bit more smoothest of blending in the rear udder. And the mammary system-wise, she's going to yield a little to the extension of 4, but again, she has the overall area support, and then she's going to stay with our third udder. 4 then going up over 5 for the advantage in her turn for that mammary system. Again, overall area of udder support is going to put her over number 5. This fifth place doe is a doe we kept kind of moving up. We kept moving her up even in this final line here as we kind of kept looking at her. We just felt she felt fit better right here in this particular slot for having a little bit more capacity of mammary system than the doe behind her. She's just a little bit taller in the area of the withers. And again, that's going to put her over number 6. 6 then going over 7. Smoother blended and a little more dairy strength when you put your hands on her. She's a little more open rib and a little more proper shape to mammary system when you see this, the medial suspensory ligament when viewed from the rear on this 6th place doe is going to top her over the doe behind her in 7. 7 then going over 8. We have the general appearance category, just a really nice correct doe throughout in the breed character. She's just a little bit more correct as far as in delineation of teat from udder floor, but primarily for the placement of teat when viewed from the profile here in the side is going to put 7 over 8. 8 over 9 for the advantage that she has capacity of mammary system. 9 over 10 for the advantage in her turn for having a little bit more area of udder support. We're going to commend the capacity of mammary system at our 10th place doe, and then 10 going up over the first place doe on the second line for the advantage that she has in just having a greater extension to fore udder on this 11th place doe, topping number 11. 10 then going over 12 for the advantage of the capacity of mammary system advantage and body capacity. 12 over 13. She's just deeper in the heart. She's deeper in the flank. She just has a longer ribbing throughout and a nice level top line as well to go with the body over number 13. This is a doe that would like to see just a little bit deeper, but she's just a real correct doe in general appearance. When you look at the set to rear legs, it's the smoothest upblending of neck into withers. She's going to top number 14, yielding to the depth of body of our 14th place doe. 14 then going over 15. It's another close placing here, but we felt that we had a doe that was just a little bit more open-ribbed and dairy strength in our 15, and that topped the body capacity of number 15. 15 over 16. More delineation of teat when viewed from the rear here, and more proper placement of teat when viewed from the rear as well. Over my 16th place doe, 16 over 17. It is the capacity of both body and mammary system that she's topping 17. 17 over 18, just a little bit more levelness in the rump area and over the loin, yielding to the body capacity of our 18th place doe. 18 over 19 for the overall area of udder support, and then 19 over 20, the capacity of mammary system.
3-year-old milking doe class. First place with first udder goes to entry 2319, Overboard T. Vela, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Going back to our Oberhasli 3-year-old milking does. Second place goes to entry 1259, Cream of Kansas Ace VE. That was second place with second udder, exhibited by Skeeter Stroda. Third place with third udder went to entry number 3127, Springwater LM Arizona, exhibited by Nancy Bowling. Fourth place went to entry 1917, SW Royal Raspberry Parfait, exhibited by Morgan Stewart. Fifth place to entry 1307, CE Rock Run Mango, exhibited by Rebecca Posusta. Sixth place in our first place youth entry went to 749, Grand Champion DeHune SNL Phoebe, exhibited by Emma Giacchino. Seventh place to entry number 2106, Hay Creek's Hayes Nightlight, is exhibited by Morgan Allen. Eighth place went to entry number 2320, Overboard T. Vindy, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Ninth place went to entry 2105, Hay Creek's Archer Souvenir, exhibited by Morgan Allen. Eighth place to entry number 2320, Overboard T. Vindy, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Ninth place to entry number 2105, Hay Creek's Archer Souvenir, exhibited by Morgan Allen. Tenth place to entry number 2437, Dreamy Sunset, OBD Pearl, exhibited by Abigail Ball. 11th place went to entry 1168, Cream of Kansas OBDR, exhibited by Tucker Stroda. 12th place to entry 1258, Cream of Kansas JB Callis Surfer, exhibited by Skeeter Stroda.
left milk at home. I brought this little shoe. Get it.
13th place went to entry number 31, Sublime V in Pink Flamingo, exhibited by Jason Peckham. 14th place to entry 1257, Cream of Kansas JB Rum, exhibited by Skeeter Stroda. 15th place in our second place youth exhibitor, 3152, Dreamy Sunset Jasmine, exhibited by Ethan Woods. 16th place to entry 3202, Dedrago CA Lugias Lapras, exhibited by Megan Okeson. 17th place to entry 3171, Playwright KXVJK Perfetti, exhibited by Sarah Cleveland. 18th place, entry number 193, Sir Echo Eucadia, exhibited by Cassidy Van Echo. 19th place to entry 2213, Playwright PXOBV Penny, exhibited by Cordula Schmidt. In 20th place went to Cream of Kansas V Tub, entry number 1170, exhibited by Tucker Stroda. Don't forget to pick up your pre-ordered t-shirts at the ADGA booth. Thank you.
Okay, your 4-year-olds here, some really nice, strong Oberhasli 4-year-old does to work with. Again, other placings in this class, we're going to go right with the placings. Again, 1, 2, and 3 slots. Starting off with our first place doe. She has that really nice extension to foreudder, beautiful capacity of mammary system. Then coupling that with a really nice, strong general appearance, really nice angulation to rear leg set. Beautiful level top line, just a little more. Has a little more capacity in memory. She has a little bit more length of body, a little bit more levelness in the rump area, and that's going to put her first and first udder over number 2, which is second and second udder. And then 2 going up over 3, our third udder placing for that capacity of memory system that she has, a little greater extension to foreudder. She has a little more dairy, but we certainly want to grant some body capacity back here to our third place doe, in that she's nice and deep in the heart. She has a nice brisket and a nice depth back into the flank. Just not quite the capacity of memory system as the does ahead of her, but again, a really nice, strong general appearance and body capacity with a well attached to memory system, correct placement of teat, another floor. And it is for that correctness of placement of teat when viewed from the rear that's putting 3 primarily over 4. This is a really nice long body doe that we've moved up the line. She shows us a lot of dairy strength. She is topping number 5 for the advantage that she has today, primarily in the area of the general appearance, a little more levelness in the rump, as well as in body. She just shows us a little greater depth back into the flank today. This is a really nice, stylish 5-year-old number, the doe that's standing in 5th. Really want to commend her capacity, and she has a great extension to foreudder. It is for the advantage in her turn that she's going over 6 with having that more capacity in the mammary system advantage, a little bit higher in the withers area, a little longer, leaner neck and dairy strength throughout. That 5 is going over 6. 6 over 7 in her turn. She's just carrying that udder just a little higher in the rear. She's not quite as deep, but she's just a real balanced, correct doe. A lot of dairy strength exuding on this doe when you put your hands on her. Very open ribbed, flat bone doe, and it's for those strengths and dairyness that she is going over the deeper body doe behind her in 7, yielding to the body capacity of 7. 7 then going over 8 is primarily in the general appearance category with angulation to rear leg set. That 7 is going over this 8th place doe. She has a little more capacity, but she will grant better placement of teat and udder floor when viewed from the side and the rear to number 8. 8 over 9, with the advantage that she has in her turn, just more depth of body, a little more height to the rear udder over number 9. 9 over 10, it's the dairy strength. She's just a little more flatter boned, a little more open ribbed, carrying the udder a little higher in the rear than we see in the deep body doe in 10. Then our 10th place doe coming up over here, number 11. It is for the advantage of just having a little greater overall area of udder support in the mammary system, particularly the heights of the rear udder. 11 going over 12 is for the body capacity advantage and capacity of mammary system that she is placing over my 11th place doe. She'll grant a little openness of ribbing to number 12. 12 then going over 13 for the advantage of having, again, a little more capacity of mammary system, a little greater extension to foreudder. Then we see in our 13th place doe, 13 over 14, memory system that has just less movement as they traveled around the ring with more levelness and general appearance. And then 14 over 15, stronger throughout in general appearance on the feet and legs.
First place with first udder went to entry number 2322, Dreamy Sunset DET Nallet, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Second place with second udder went to 2321, Overboard T Veta, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Third place with third udder went to entry 2108, Hay Creek's Traveler Flute, exhibited by Morgan Allen. Fourth place to entry number 3203, De Drago vs. Scarletberry, exhibited by Megan Okeson. Fifth place went to entry number 3593, Heaven's Hollow Got Zoo, exhibited by Jill Womble. Sixth place went to entry number 3128, Van Just VMH Nevada, exhibited by Nancy Bowling. Seventh place, okay. Seventh place in first place youth went to entry 4156, Love Ruck VM Freya Ray, exhibited by Lily McCormick. Eighth place went to entry 1164, Cream of Kansas Berry, exhibited by Tucker Strota. Ninth place went to entry 28, Van Just DM Naya, exhibited by Jason Peckham. 10th place, exhibit number 1962, Fixer Up Nisi, exhibited by Tim Wool. 11th place went to 1963, Van Just VK Nava, exhibited by Tim Wool. 12th place to 1165, Cream of Kansas VJB AB, exhibited by Tucker Strota. 13th place went to entry 29, Van Just DM Neon Sign, exhibited by Jason Peckham. 14th place to entry 2996, Cream of Kansas AS Vendetta, exhibited by April Snap. 15th place to entry 2645, Owl Ridge HL Holly, exhibited by Margaret Chamas.
Six-year-old class of Oberhaslis. We have the other places again, 1, 2, and 3. We are starting off with our first place doe. This is a 6-year-old with 5 freshenings over the 5-year-old with 4 freshenings. Again, we have a doe that just excels in that mammary system with a little greater height to rear udder, a nice extension to fore udder, and then a more delineation of teat from udder floor. Then when you look at the total package on this doe, she's just a longer, taller, stretchier individual than our second place doe, which is putting her first udder and first place over number 2. 2 then over 3 in her turn with second udder, just a memory system that's carried a little higher in the rear, a little more overall area of udder support with less movement as the animal travels around the ring, and his 5-year-old that's standing in second place in the memory system. She's also just a little more open-ribbed, a little flatter bone doe than we see in 3. She will yield to the body capacity of our third place doe with that capacity of depth of heart and back into the flank as well. It's putting 3 then over 4, and that she's just deeper, she's just wider in the chest floor and has that capacity of memory system. Our fourth place doe is going up over 5 for the memory system advantage, primarily for an overall area of udder attachment. She just has an udder that's just a little higher in the rear. She's also showing us the advantage of just a little bit more openness of ribbing. Certainly want to grant body capacity back here to 5 for the depth back in the flank. It is for the advantage in general appearance, however, a little smoother blending over that top line, neck into withers, and then a little more levelness in the rump is putting 5 over our 6th place slot. 6 over 7, a doe that's just showing us smoother blended front end assembly, just staying together a little bit more completely on the move here than we see in our 7th place doe. This is a 6-year-old 4th freshener, number 7. She's showing us that capacity of memory system with the extension to 4, and then 8 over 9. It's a general appearance advantage, more uphill stature doe, more smoothness of blending of neck into withers. She's going to yield a little to the shortness of pasterns, however, back here to number 9.
First place with first udder goes to Grand Champion Van Just, OBRH Lahini, exhibited by Brandy Giacchino. Second place with second udder went to entry 1163, Cream of Kansas Convy, exhibited by Tucker Stroda. Third place with third udder, and our first place youth entry goes to entry 3150, Dreamy Sunset JDO Lizzie Meter, exhibited by Ethan Woods. Fourth place went to entry 195, Sir Echo Sketch, exhibited by Cassidy Van Echo. Fifth place to entry number 2438, Over the Top Lark, exhibited by Abigail Ball. Sixth place to entry 196, Sir Echo Disu, exhibited by Cassidy Van Echo. Seventh place in our second place youth entry went to Wildhoof Acres Solution Lou, exhibited by Hope Mann. And eighth place went to entry 1087, White Rock Farm HD Infinity, exhibited by Katie Jackson. Ninth place went to entry 2646, Owl Ridge J Rockets High Top, exhibited by Margaret Chamas. Ready to select our national senior champion in the La Mancha ring. I will cover our La Mancha 7 years and older placings. First place was with first udder, went to entry number 824, Rockin' CB RAJ Katana, exhibited by Cindy Silva. Second place with second udder went to Panacea's Cortana,
Class here, 7 and over. Our Oberhasli lineup, again, some really nice age does out here. We have them range from 7 to 11, and the 11-year-old happens to have 10 freshening. So, again, certainly a lot of production out here on these age does, and we really always commend and appreciate longevity and still having a nice productive life. We're going to go starting off with our first place doe as our first udder as well. She just has a beautiful, smoothest of blending in the front end. She just carries that mammary system really a little bit smoother in the rear here, and having a nice extension to fore udder. Is going to put 1/2 for our first udder as well. She's going to yield a little to the strength of pasterns here in our second place doe. But it's kind of a trade-off because the first doe has a nice straight foreleg, so it's kind of a back and forth. But we really want to bring out the fact that the second place doe has a really beautiful, capacious mammary system, really nice and dairy as well. A little more pliable skinned individual on our second place slot. Over the doe out here that's probably the strongest overall in general appearance in our third place individual. This is a doe that just really tracks around. She's 7 years old. Short, strong pasterns. Really want to commend that whole general appearance on this doe. Long, level top line. Would just like to see her with a little more capacity to go with that length of body today to place higher. But again, for that strong general appearance, beautiful pasterns, nice smooth blended front end. She is going over the does behind her. And then we're going 4/5 for the advantage that she has. Again, another close placing, but for the strength of pasterns and then having a little greater depth back into the flank with a little more strength in front end with width and depth as well in the heart is going to put, let's see, we got, let me see, this fourth place over number 5. 5 then going up over 6 for the advantage that she has the straightness of foreleg, nice capacity of mammary system as well, and a nice smooth blended shoulders against the chest wall, granting some depth of body back here into the sixth place doe, into the flank here on our sixth place doe, with a lot of capacity of mammary system. Is for the capacity of mammary system advantage, smoother blended neck into withers and general appearance. That 6 is going over 7. 7 then going over 8, staying with the general appearance category, angulation rear legs, more strength and levelness in the chine and loin area, and then having a little more body capacity, but lots of dairy strength here. And then 8/9, again, the memory system that's just a little bit higher in the rear, yielding to the angulation rear leg set of number 9. And then 9 over the 11-year-old doe behind her, again, just a little more up standing doe, a little smoother blended neck into withers. We really want to commend the nice production that we have on our 11-year-old 10th freshener in 10.
Oberhasli senior champions. So if we can please have all of our first and second place Oberhasli milking does to ringside. And we also need our first place Oberhasli youth senior does at ringside. Thank you. Those 7 years and over. First place with first udder went to entry number 26, Grand Champion Love Ruck OBD Kim K, exhibited by Jason Peckham. Second place with second udder went to entry number 3204, Megan Okeson's exhibit of De Drago WC Cersei's Lioness. Third place with third udder went to entry 540, Grand Champion Van Just DJ Cotton Candy, exhibited by Brandy Giacchino. Fourth place went to entry 2215, Cream of Kansas JB Arcadia, exhibited by Cordula Schmidt. Fifth place went to entry number 3592, Heaven's Hollow I'm Not, exhibited by Jill Womble. Sixth place went to entry number 2995, Windscape LN Canasta, exhibited by April Snap. Seventh place went to entry 2647, Owl Ridge Fly Like an Eagle, exhibited by Margaret Chamas. Eighth place went to entry number 197, Sir Echo Subi, exhibited by Cassidy Van Echo. Ninth place in our first place youth entry went to entry 2876, Oberridge Hartley, exhibited by Hope Mann. 10th place went to entry number 2994, Champion Windscape 3GS Lily, exhibited by April Snap. We are now selecting our Oberhasli Senior Champion in Ring 2. Do not forget to come up and sign the report of awards. We need to make sure that you get that done before you escape to celebrate today.
Senior champion, Oberhasli. Again, I'd like to thank my consulting judge, Pete Snyder, who's really been a great help here throughout the evening last night and then again today. And I really enjoyed working with Pete and working through our Oberhaslis together. And now we've got this beautiful lineup up here, and I'm really happy to see the results of what we got in our lineup. Starting up here with our age doe, this is a 7-year-old doe, just a really beautiful uphill stature doe. She has a really nice dairy strength about her and a beautiful mammary system. The 6-year-old doe, fifth freshener right behind her. Tremendous strength and general appearance on this doe. When you look at, again, the straightness of foreleg, the shortness of pasterns, that nice level top line, and again, just a really nice overall area of udder support on the 6-year-old doe. Then we have our 4-year-old individual, tremendous capacity of mammary system on this doe. She's really dairy. When you look at her from the rear, a nice height to rear udder, as well as having a lot of depth of body back into the flank and that extension to 4. 3-year-old, beautiful uphill stature doe, lots of depth back into the flank. Again, a very capacious mammary system, very dairy, beautiful front end assembly on this 3-year-old. Coming down here to the 2-year-old doe, kind of a similar type doe, beautiful shape to mammary system. When you look at that extension to 4, the capacity, that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 we talk about, it's right there. She's a very dairy doe as well and has a nice openness of ribbing with on the move, a nice level top. And then our youngster down here, the yearling, again, just a very strong Oberhasli as well with its dairy strength and the shape to mammary system that she has. As we look up and down the line, there's some really strong does out there, but today we've agreed on the fact that the doe that has the highest rear udder, beautiful extension to 4, the capacity of mammary system, and our 2025 senior champion here at the Nationals will be our 4-year-old doe, and she's going to be our champion of the day. Congratulations, a beautiful Oberhasli doe. And bringing our second place 4-year-old over. Again, kind of stacking this group, we're seeing some, again, very competitive does. Still really looking at that 3-year-old doe. She's very nice and correct and a very strong contender. But in the final analysis, for just having a greater width to rear udder, a beautiful uphill stature, we're going to stay in that class. And that second place 4-year-old is going to become our reserve Oberhasli senior champion. Congratulations.
Champion Oberhasli and our reserve junior champion Oberhasli back to the ring, please. Our Oberhasli senior champion goes to Dreamy Sunset DET Nowlet, exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Our reserve senior champion went to Overboard T Veta, also exhibited by Kurt Schnipke. Those are first and second place 4-year-old does in the Oberhasli breed. We're now selecting our Oberhasli Grand and Reserve Grand champions.
Okay, we brought our junior champions out here. And there are two nice young does. I really love this dry yearling at the head of the line. She just is really correct in general appearance. As we know, the key scorecard category that we want to look at these junior livestock animals in. And again, she's just uphill, beautiful, smooth blended top line, strong on those feet and legs. And then also very dairy when you put your hands on her. Then we have a similar type thing, just a little younger, and the doe behind her, just not quite the age of maturity, but still just as strong and correct in general appearance. Unfortunately for these two young ladies, we have some does up here at the head of the line that have shown a little bit more time under their belt. They have the maturity, the memory systems. We wish these two young does all the best, but I'm going to stay up there, and our senior champion will become our overall national Oberhasli champion, and our reserve senior champion will become our 2025 National Reserve Oberhasli champion. Congratulations to all four of you. Beautiful job.
Does back in the ring for our selection of Premier Youth.
from the Oberhasli show. Some really beautiful animals out here in this lineup. We have the aged doe at the head of the line. A lot of dairy strength on this doe. We have the 6-year-old doe, again, nice and deep-bodied doe with a lot of capacity of memory system. The 4-year-old, a really nice uphill statured individual. The 2-year-old, 3-year-old, third freshener, again, really nice balanced doe with a lot of strength and general appearance. And we have the 2-year-old doe, a lot of dairy strength and a nice capacity of memory system. And then we have our yearling coming out here, just kind of starting with, again, a nice dairy strength. Looking up and down the line, the doe that in my mind today has not the oldest or the youngest by any means, but again, she is, in my mind, one of the most correct in general appearance with a beautiful angulation of rear legs, a very well-attached memory system with near perfect placement of teat and udder floor when viewed from the rear. The 3-year-old doe is going to become our premier youth Oberhasli today. Congratulations. Starting off with a hard group to beat here when we have our champion, reserve champion, just some really very strong memory systems that are very productive, as well as having great attachments. And then looking at the total uniformity of that group just puts them quite handily at the top of the line. Over two. Then over three, we have a lot of general appearance on this second place group. And again, when you look at these animals from the rear, that memory systems are socked on. They have beautiful placement of teat and udder floor, just a little bit more height to rear udder, and again, more delineation of teat from udder floor is putting two then over the productive group in three. We have a closer group between 3 and 4. We are going with a little bit more capacity of memory system uniformity, as well as a more proper placement of teat and udder floor when viewed from the rear and the side is putting 3 over a nice grouping here of 4. Again, lots of evidence of production here, but again, it's more primarily for the overall area of udder support, more delineation of teat from udder floor. That 4 is going up over the productive group in 5. 5 over 6, again, for the dairy strength and for the capacity of memory systems that they have. Over my 6th place group, carrying those memories a little higher in the rear. 6 then going over 7. Again, we have a nice, strong general appearance grouping here in our 6th place group, but primarily it's for that age and maturity and having a nice capacity of memory system is putting them over 7. 7 over 8. Again, for just a stronger uphill stature grouping of does than we see in levelness and top over my 8th place group. And then 8 over 9, again, just a grouping of animals that are showing us greater body capacity throughout, as well as the nice capacious memory systems.
to Kurt Schnipke. Second place to Emma Giacchino. Third place to Tekoa Strota. Fourth place, Morgan Allen. Fifth place, Megan Okeson. Sixth place, Abigail Ball. Seventh place to Jason Peckham. And eighth place to Cordula Schmidt.
Three. Oberhasli's, again, starting off with a real competitive group up here at the head of the line. They just excel. We have the mammary systems across the board, beautiful dairy strength, and again, for that, just a nice placement of teat and udder floor. Mammary's carried a little higher in the rear. One is going over two. There's a lot of production here in our second place grouping. It is for the evidence of production. A little more age here, but primarily for that nice capacity of mammary systems and lots of dairy strength here in our second place group. They're going to top a nice uniform group in three. Strong overall area of udder support, beautiful placement of teat and udder floor, but it's primarily just a little bit more uniform placement of teat when viewed from the rear. That three is going up over four, then over five in their turn, a little higher in the rear udder here consistently, and again, a nice width from thurl to thurl in general appearance is putting 4 over 5, 5 over 6, a little more strength in general appearance, nice height to rear udder on this fifth place group, and also, again, a little more correctness of placement of teat being more perpendicular when viewed from the rear than we see in 6 over 7, just a little more age and maturity and evidence capacity of mammary system and body. It's putting them over our 7th place group. 7 over 8, a nice overall area of udder support, stronger overall in general appearance, going to yield to the body capacity of 8, and then 8 over 9, angulation rear leg set.
place went to Kurt Schnipke. Second place to Dakota Stroda. Third place, Morgan Allen. Fourth place, Emma Giacchino. Fifth place, Abigail Ball. Sixth place, Megan Okeson. Seventh place, Jason Peckham. Eighth place, Hope Mann. And ninth place to Cordula Schmidt.
In our Get a Sire competition here in Ring 2 with the Oberhaslis, each of these three groups are represented by three different dams in our Get a Sire. We are going to go with the nice correctness as far as evidence of production and also the general appearance and loveliness and top, and particularly in the rump area. It's going to put 1/2. A nice uniformity of breed characteristics are on this second place group. The color patterns, and we are going to go 2/3. However, for the advantage that they have, again, that nice capacious memory systems, I want to commend the nice smoothness of blending in our third place group. We have two pairs up here at the head. Actually, we want to commend all eight of these does. They're really nice and strong individuals as pairs, regardless of the different sires or same sires that they've had. But we are going to give a little bit of credit here to the ones that have the same dam, obviously, and then different sires. And the first place group is just a really strong group. When you look at the shape and capacity of memory system that we've got on these does, a little more overall area of attachment as well. They're going to top the group behind them, is also made up of two different sires. Still a lot of uniformity and the smoothest of blending of these does and nice memory systems. Then we got a pair of does here that are same sire, same dam, tremendous memory systems, lots of capacity, a little greater overall area of udder support is going to separate that group from, again, a nice productive group that's standing here in fourth.
Place went to Kurt Schnipke, second place to Koa Stroda, and third place to Cordula Schmidt. Oberhasli, Producive Dam, Senior Producive Dam, first place to Kurt Schnipke, second place to Ethan Woods, third place to Tekoa Stroda, fourth place to Tekoa Stroda. Oberhasli does with udder placings. If you could start making your way to ringside for selection of our Oberhasli best udder.
Okay, this is our dam and daughter class. One of the things that we were kind of looking at here with our dam and daughters is looking at the dams and seeing how they went, what direction they went with the daughters, is picked up on some of the areas that they maybe needed to take a good go, make it a little better, and had that happen with the daughter. See if they kind of would utilizing some breeding strengths here to do that. But then when you have two really solid does, you don't have to worry too much about it. We have this first place grouping here. There's a really uniformity of type in this group. They're just showing us the strengths that we really like to see here in a very productive pair. Both the dam and the daughter showing beautiful memory systems with a lot of width and depth throughout. So they kind of quite handily top the group here with that uniformity and the capacity and strengths they have. And then our second place group going over our third place group, what we really felt was we saw that kind of improvement. Dam over daughter, we picked up a little more dairy strength in the daughter, still maintaining the nice shape and memory system. So for the strengths of just really maintaining the general appearance and picking up a little more dairy, we did go with 2 over 3. 3 then going over 4, cleaning up the memory system with the placement of teat and looked from the rear really took place in this group and still maintaining that nice dairy stature, uphill strengths that they have. So for that, they're topping over the group behind them in 4. And with that more productive memory system. 4 then going over 5. We have just, again, that same kind of a thing going on here, just really nice and strong uphill stature does, a little more profile. And in this group, they're just a little more uniform in type across the board here in our 4th over our 5th place group. 5 going over 6. We do have the advantage of having those teeth just cleaned up a little bit when viewed from the rear and still having the nice width and depth throughout on the dam and the daughter in our 5th place slot. Dam and the daughter with a little more smoothness and neck into withers. 8 over 9. That's the length of body and age and maturity here and capacity of memory system on our 8th place doe that's going over our 9th placing. And then 9 over 10, again, for that just nice placement of teat and udder floor when viewed from the rear, granting a little production, evidence of production back here to number 10.
Sonnen exhibitors. We will start the Sonnen Junior Show 1 hour after selection of our La Mancha Best Udder. So there will be a delay. We will start the Sonnen Junior Show 1 hour after we select our La Mancha Best Udder. We will continue to make announcements, but please keep that in mind. There will be a delay on our Sonnen show. Sale animal, head over to the cattle barn in the Central West section at 1 o'clock. Spotlight sale does are distributed across all 3 barns in the spotlight sale.
We're missing. We need 2 animals. We need the second place 5 and 6-year-old.
We are missing the second place 5 and 6-year-old Oberhasli udder and the second place 3-year-old udder for.
Okay. You're getting a photo.
Oberhasli Senior Dam and Daughter. First place went to Kurt Schnipke. Second place to Nancy Bowling. Third place to Dakoa Stroda. Fourth place to Abigail Ball. Fifth place, Emma Giacchino. Sixth place to Lily McCormick. Seventh place to Ethan Woods. Eighth place to Hope Mann. And ninth place to Emma Giacchino. Our Sonnen show at 2 o'clock today. Our Sonnen show will start at 2 o'clock today.
Here is our wrap up for our Oberhasli show. And again, it's been a real pleasure throughout the morning, evening last night with the juniors, but really exciting today with the seniors up here and all these beautiful milkers being shown throughout the day. These are the group that we asked to have milked out. We asked a 6-year-old, 5 freshenings, freshened since I believe February, doe at the head of the line. Just a really not as capacious a mammary system, but a really beautifully attached mammary with a nice placement of teat, and has milked out extremely well. Then we asked a pair of 4-year-olds here, both third fresheners, lots of capacity in the mammary system and milk, and again, beautifully milked out does here as well. When you feel the texture on all 4 of these mammaries, they're just really like leather, just really beautiful butter, I guess you should say. And again, then the same is true with this beautiful 3-year-old doe, beautiful mammary system. Having said all that, the does that really are going to come up with our champion, our best of udder and reserve best of udder, are going to be my grand and reserve grand champions. Those 2 does really had just a little more edge of a number of lactations over the doe behind it, or 1 more lactation over that doe, more capacity over my older doe ahead. Beautiful mammary systems, milked out very well. We just had a little greater width here, the extension to 4 on the champion, so she'll be the best udder, and then we're going to this doe as reserve. Congratulations. Beautiful grouping of Oberhaslis. Yay. We're going to clap here.
Shipney to sign papers up here as soon as he can. That would be great. Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn.